every day I try, but I think I need help. Maybe if I fight, one day I'll be well. Want someone by my side, but I'm stuck in my shell. Want someone to rely on, but everyone's selfish, helpless, so damn jealous. And I just wish I never felt this. In this world from sea to shining sea, there's a way for me to go be free. There's a way for me to go be me. I just know that there's a place for me. 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 So sick of feeling like I'm alone in this place, and so sick of feeling like life is gonna be wasted. I just wanna be someone, wanna be greatness, yeah. I just wanna be happy, wanna make changes, but I don't know where to start, how do I grow? Maybe there's something inside I could strive for. Maybe it's all in my mind I could guide towards something better in my life I could fight for. In this world from sea to shining sea, there's a way for me to go be free. There's a way for me to go be me. I just know that there's a place for me. 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 I need help, it's so cold outside and I'm going through hell. I don't feel alive, sometimes I can't tell. Cause every day I try, but I think I need help. Maybe if I fight, one day I'll be well. Want someone by my side, but I'm stuck in my shell. Want someone to rely on, but everyone's selfish, helpless, so damn jealous. And I just wish I never felt this. In this world from sea to shining sea, there's a way for me to go be free. There's a way for me to go be me. I just know that there's a place for me. 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 So sick of feeling like I'm alone in this place, and so sick of feeling like life is gonna be wasted. I just wanna be someone, wanna be greatness, yeah. I just wanna be happy, wanna make changes, but I don't know where to start, how do I?
Hello and welcome to the Marko Yamashita Show. I am your host, Marko Yamashita. Thank you so much for joining me tonight for another edition of Practicing Japanese. Konnichiwa. Ore wa Yamashita Marko desu. Yoroshiku onegai shimasu. Thank you so much for joining me. Tonight we have a few things that I would like to cover with you extremely quick. Oops, looks like I accidentally minimized this. There we go. That's why. Aha. Oops, sorry about that. Squeaky noises. Aha. I need to get some better. I need to oil that joint on my microphone stand. Okay, so the background music. Onegai shimasu. Background music. Onegai shimasu. I have it muted in OBS. So I do have a few housekeeping announcements really quick. That's more or less what I prefer to call them. People have various names and terminologies for these types of things. Some people call them housekeeping announcements. Other people call them, just announcements. Sorry about that. Scuff City, here we come. Okay. There we go. Now we got music. All right. So, as you can see on the screen here, I have a lovely, cute VTuber that is currently on the screen. This is my lovely kawaii emoto. This lovely VTuber is very much like a little sister to me. She has been on hiatus since November, I believe. And she will be making her return to YouTube here tomorrow in roughly 8 hours. She was the unfortunate victim of cyberstalking, cyberbullying. Somebody attempted to hijack, steal, and illegally trademark her likeness, character, and name to steal it away from her. She is a Japanese VTuber, so the laws and way things work for these types of things are drastically different. Needless to say, she had to go to court. Her and the illustrator that created her VTuber model, since the illustrator retains all rights to the actual image of the VTuber model itself, and she retains rights to the actual name. They had to go to court and all sorts of other things just to get her character and likeness back. And after, long story short, after several months of trying to get this situated, and this person literally ducking the law, he finally decided to withdraw everything and just disappear into the ether. So he has not been seen or heard from again. So she is, they are still, there's still, an avenue of legal action that could be taken against this person should anything pop back up about it. However, that being said, she feels safe enough to come back to YouTube and start streaming again. So she will be streaming starting tomorrow. As you can see, she'll be starting tomorrow at 5 a.m. Central Time. And this again, she is like a little sister to me, so I would appreciate it if you if you do drop in. Calvin, good morning. Thank you very much for dropping in. I was just covering some quick announcements here at the very beginning here, since people are filtering in. And one of them is my cutie Emoto coming starting back here tomorrow morning. I'm very excited for it. I'm actually I'm gonna wake up way early in the morning to make sure that I welcome her back with open arms, because you know what, I have never met her in person, but I have spent more mornings playing Splatoon and all sorts of other games with her, every single morning. And I mean, she's been like the closest I've ever had to a little sister, man. And when she almost completely disappeared, it broke my heart, man. And I'm just so glad that she's back, And like I said, I've never met her in person. But I really do appreciate her, and just the fact that, I mean, my cats love her to death, man. They all would gather around. We'd all wake up at 5 in the morning. All of us would get up at 5 in the morning, and I'd make some coffee, and we'd all sit around the computer screen and watch her play. My cats loved watching her play. And then once you started getting mad or start yelling at the screen, my Calico, she'd get up and just walk out, because she'd get mad at her yelling at the screen. So I Umberto, welcome. Thank you for dropping in. So if you have a chance, if you're up that early in the morning, if you want to drop in, I'm not, I don't know if you guys have ever watched her or visited her or anything like that. I mean, I don't, she does not speak English, but she tries really, really, really hard to respond to me in English on Twitter. And, she always asks that if you try to talk to her in in chat, that you try to use DeepL to communicate with her. That doesn't mean that she'll be able to communicate back in English, but if you can understand some Japanese, she'll try her best to try to communicate with you. Especially if it's if you're trying to participate in things that she's playing, like she does a lot of Monster Hunter. She loves playing Splatoon. She's got I know that she's gonna be doing like membership Minecraft at some point. She's gonna be wanting to do a lot of other audience participation type stuff. So she's really fun to play with, and she usually spends about 2 to 3 hours every time she plays online. She usually does like 2 streams a week of like audience participation, and then she'll do like 2 or 3 streams of like single player games, and then like she'll do like 1 stream of like ASMR. So I mean, she's a real nice little she's a real nice girl. So is what I'm saying. So yeah, unfortunately my game auto updated, man. So it's kind of, I could roll it back, but I kind of tinkered with it. But yeah, I ran into that when I was working on some side quests today, and I saw that. I was like, ah, man, that sucks. So but if you want to drop in on her, that's the link to her channel. I'll be at that stream tomorrow morning. And other news real quickly, and we'll get to Hogwarts here in a second, okay? Because I do want to touch base on that real quick. On an hour after her stream starts, I will. Now, I'm not going to, this is not a collaboration. However, I will be participating in Kasane's Minecraft stream. She's doing a participation stream. She's streaming Minecraft Bedrock Edition, so I don't believe there's any like texture mods for it to make it look better. I don't believe. It's been a long time since I played Bedrock, but she's basically building like a community type thing in Bedrock. So I will be participating with her tomorrow. I may gorilla stream if I am awake enough and my throat is like awake enough for me to like form, and my brain and my brain's awake enough to formulate sentences to be able to talk while I'm playing Minecraft. Essentially what I'm working on right now is I'm working on trying to how can I put it? I'm trying to figure out I'm doing a kind of like a geological survey of whether or not it's feasible to do an underground tunnel from where she put the initial base to where, because it's like the seed that she's using is essentially like a bunch of islands, all right? But I mean, they're really spread out. So I'm trying to do like a geological survey to see whether or not it'll be feasible enough for us to do a underground tunnel system to get from like one island to another, or if we're just gonna have to like do it purely through the air, and just do like sky, basically like a sky rail. Because the bad part is like, I don't know what she did with this seed, but like, or like if she jacked up the difficulty or something, but they're like mermen like all over the place, and like every time you fall into the water, you like immediately get mobbed by mermen and you die. So it's like, you don't want to fall into the water at all, and like even by boat, if you don't like straight shot yourself, and you stop anywhere, you run the really real risk of just like getting sniped out of nowhere. So so I'll be participating in that tomorrow as well. So and again, yeah, Kasane is very much a friend of the channel. So if you if you want to drop in and say hi to her, mention that you are a friend of mine, and that you are a friend of her channel, and that you just wanted to stop in and say hi. She's trying extremely hard to start learning how to communicate in English, which has been very nice of her to try, because she sees the amount of effort I'm trying to put in to communicate with her in Japanese, and she wants to return the favor with English speakers that come in. So and she feels bad that she has English speakers come in all the time, and she if you haven't listened to her, she is like one of those how you have those. Yes, she's like Okayu, but she is like even more chill than Okayu. Like hardly anything rattles her. She has played horror games and like had actual jump scares come out of nowhere, and there's like hardly any reaction that comes out of her. I mean, I have never heard her actually like scream at a jump scare. And it's like it's really like I forget what the name of it's called. There's a name for it in Japanese, but she's so stoic. She has this like Onesan type of aura to her, but she also has this kind of very stoic type of personality as well. But she you could tell when she's happy, you can tell when she's mad, but her demeanor itself hardly ever changes, which is really she has a very interesting personality, despite the fact that her voice doesn't change like too much. So she's a very interesting person. She has a very interesting personality, and I really enjoy interacting with her. I've played a lot of participation games with her as well. Everything from mahjong to speedrunners to Minecraft, Splatoon. There's a lot of participation games I've played with her with. She's a huge Pokemon player. If you like are really into Pokemon, she has like some really solid teams of Pokemon that she has raised. I mean, she has like boxes of level 100 Pokemon that she has raised, and it's like almost insane. Eugene, welcome to the channel, welcome to the stream. Thank you very much for dropping in. I'm just doing some quick announcements before we get to the actual lesson portion real quick. I am going over some streams I'll be doing some participation in tomorrow with some other streamers before we get to the actual lessons. But thank you very much for dropping in. I really appreciate you being here. I was just explaining to the other people that are in chat that tomorrow morning my a streamer who's very much like an emoto to me, will be making her re-debut after a 4-month hiatus. If you scroll up a little bit in chat, you'll see that there's 2 links in the chat. The first one is for Hoshinon, Kanan Hoshino, or also known as Hoshinon. She's like an emoto to me. If you want to drop in tomorrow, she'll be streaming at 5 a.m. She is a Japanese VTuber. She'll be streaming at 5 a.m. Central Time. Calvin, work calls. Thank you very much for dropping in. If you get a chance to drop in later, that's perfectly fine. I'll be on for a while. If you can't, thank you so much for dropping in. I'll be on this weekend as well, sir. So thank you so much for dropping in. Also, like I was talking about when you came in, Eugene, Kasane, the VTuber that is currently on stream right now, the second link, she will be streaming Minecraft Bedrock Edition. I'll be participating in her stream as well. And that starts at 6 a.m. Central Time. I may guerrilla stream this one. I am not entirely sure yet. Because I do want to promote her channel. However, I want to kind of do it right since she is not fluent in English. So I kind of, I do want to do it right, and I also want to make sure I'm awake enough to be able to to talk to anyone that has questions about who I'm streaming with and who's talking and stuff like that. So. But yeah, so that's basically the news for tomorrow. Tomorrow morning. Now tomorrow evening around this same time, I do plan on streaming tomorrow as well. I'll either be playing Hogwarts, or I will be playing Atomic Heart. Now, as Calvin mentioned earlier in chat, Hogwarts did put out an update that broke the textures for a lot of people. I am waiting for the mod community to do an update on their unofficial patches. I have tweaked the settings on the graphical end in the game, so it doesn't look terrible. So I mean, it's at least streamable as is. However, if if the mods community puts out a updated patch, it would probably be a lot more helpful, because I do get some screen tearing with the image that I get in the image that comes through the stream, even though it doesn't appear like that on my screen. So we'll see. If anything, I still have Atomic Heart that I haven't streamed yet, so I may switch over and do that, because I haven't even had a chance to play that yet. So we'll see. Okay, so we have a couple of things. Yeah. Kasane, her streams are extremely chill, man. Her voice is really chill. Her streams are very chill. If you listen to her talk, she just has like the most chill voice that you have ever heard a VTuber ever have. I kid you not. It's almost like ASMR, but she's not doing ASMR, and she's not doing an ASMR stream, and it's not an ASMR mic. and it's it's stereo, so it's a live mic, so but she's really fun. She's really fun. I really enjoy it, and it's been kind of a shame that she's been so busy with work lately that she hasn't had a chance to do any streams this week, but she should be. We should be able to do her Minecraft stream tomorrow. So, if you have a chance to drop in, please drop in. Really, she would enjoy it. I would enjoy it. If you drop in, I can explain you're, a listener from my channel that decided to drop in, and that I introduced you to her channel, and that you are a very nice person. You wanted to see and listen to her channel to see what her content is like and everything, and I think she would really appreciate it. She tries really hard. I kid you not, she tries extremely hard to try to communicate with English listeners. She'll use Google Translate. She'll use DeepL. She'll try to speak in English in simple sentences, even though it's extremely hard, for her. But if you at least try to use Google Translate to talk back to her, she appreciates it. And she doesn't take offense to it. And that's a nice thing. She doesn't make fun of you. She won't make fun of you. She won't take offense to it or anything like that. So, all right. So let's start off with Duolingo. Well, since it's been a couple weeks since we have done any lessons, let's go over and Duolingo with some of the exercises that they have on their site as a refresher. We'll go over some of their exercises to get warmed up on things, and then we'll switch over to Busuu for more of their scenario and real world type of interaction speech learning material. And we'll spend probably about an hour with each program and their modules, and then we'll take a break in between just so we can shake it up a little bit. That way we're not like constantly like trying to cram it in our heads. Okay, so all right. So, let's tap it, and actually, let me make sure I got my sound. Okay, make sure I got this coming through.
ごめん
Okay. Just make sure that the audio isn't too overpowering. Okay.
ごめん
Gomen.
ごめん
Gomen. I'm sorry. Okay. I am sorry. Gomen. Okay.
どうぞよろしく
Dozo yoroshiku. Dozo yoroshiku. Okay. And in English, that would be, let's see, nice to meet you. Okay. And this is actually kind of, interesting that,
どうぞよろしく
with going back and forth between the modules,
どうぞよろしく
we have essentially touched on every syllable that is in the phonetic alphabet for Japanese, but we have just barely, if any, skimmed over zo in any of the actual modules that we've covered since I've started doing this. So if we hit a specific phonetic syllable that throws me off, especially if we don't have like the actual phonetics in top spelled out, and I stall or I stop in order to recap or review exactly why I missed it. That's why, because a lot of times, especially if it's not a well used syllable within their the context of their modules, a lot of times it's kind of like, oh yeah, this syllable exists and this is what it looks like, and then they skip it and then they just kind of move on. Even though like dozo is essentially something that you hear almost everywhere, dozo, or even when you are introducing yourself to people in Japan. I mean, it's something that is constantly used, so it's like, why do you skip over it? But I digress.
どうもすみません。
Domo sumimasen. And this is the other thing as well, is if you're only doing this to understand Japanese and not necessarily speak it, it's one thing, because being able to understand it in your mind and understand the phonetics is one thing. Like for me, and I was explaining this to somebody online the other day, almost every single syllable I can pick out in my mind. I can hear it when people talk. In most cases, when people talk, I can hear it. Unless they have a very distinct, like, unlike if they have like a Kazai accent, or maybe even like a Kyoto accent, then I have a hard time understanding what they're saying. Or if they have like if they're using like a very gimmicky accent for their VTuber personality, then I have a harder time understanding them. But when it comes to actually speaking it, us English speakers, we our mouth is not, our mouth muscles are not in shape to be able to pronunciate the syllables of the words without practicing the actual syllables one after another. So like if you listen to the message that I made for Ankaro, I had a very hard time pronunciating each word because my mouth was, I knew what I was trying to say. I could read what I was trying to say, but my mouth could not formulate the syllables one after another. So it was constantly like, like, what did they say here again?
どうもすみません。
Like, domo sumimasen. I've said it so many times under repetition. Domo sumimasen. That's not a problem. Oesami nasai. I practiced that so many times. Dewa arigatou gozaimasu. I've practiced that. But when it comes to something else that I have not practiced, or have not spoken, especially if they are syllables I have not practiced hardly at all, then it's like completely different. Like especially like when it always blows my mind when I see like the the TTE syllable come up, because my mind goes blah. It just goes blah. It's like, how am I supposed to pronunciate this again? Yo, it just my mind goes blank. I have no idea why. So, domo
どうも
sumimasen.
すみません
And a lot of this, you just have to, you just have to, say it until your mouth becomes used to, pronunciating the syllables, So, sumimasen, sumimasen. Especially, sumimasen is probably one of the best words to practice this, because you're hitting, you're hitting so many of the vowels. You're hitting 4 of the vowels with this, with just one word, while you're also hitting 2 different variations of mi and ma, and then su and se at the same time. So let's see here. Gomen, gomen,
ごめん
gomen.
どうもありがとう
Domo arigato. Or as I hear a lot of people in where I live say it, arigato.
どうも
It's like, no, you do not have my cat. It's arigato, it's not arigato. Well, I guess that's technically correct, but
ありがとう
you don't have my cat. It's like, arigato? No, you don't have my cat. They're very
よろしくお願いします
the exceptions to the rules are always get me, and that yeah, it's almost like those exceptions to the rules are made intentionally to trip me up. They're plotting against me, Umberto. Help. Help, Umberto! Help! yo,
よろしくお願いします
yoroshiku. Yoroshiku o nageishimasu. Yoroshiku onegaishimasu. And I find trying to pronunciate a lot of these words very, very hard on its own, because there are, despite the fact that Japanese are the language itself is rather straightforward, that there are some cadence, and there are some variations to how you say specific letters and words in the phonetic alphabet, where despite the fact that there's yoroshiku o negaishimasu, when you put it all together, it's yoroshiku onegaishimasu. It's like, it almost feels like you are forgetting some letters in between somewhere, you know? Let's see. So, yoroshiku onegai shimasu. Nice to meet you. But, something that almost every Japanese person I've talked to has told me is what we are learning now and what you learn and what you use through Deep L, especially Deep L, is so 100% perfect that if you learn how to make your sentences through learning Japanese with DUOLINGO and BUSUU, and I'm talking just formulate your sentences, and then you make your sentences with Deep L. Your sentences will be so grammatically correct and so perfect that you will literally get complimented by more Japanese about your grammatically correct Japanese. They will say that your Japanese is more perfect than an actual Japanese person living in Japan their entire life that is a native Japanese person. I kid you not, I've had more Japanese people say my Japanese, when I type it out in their chat and I talk to them in chat, that my Japanese is so perfect and so pretty and so elegant that it is so elegant, and this is their words, that my Japanese is so elegant that they mistook me for an honor student who could not calm down from being at school. That's how they put it. And, I kid you not. They said my Japanese was more perfect than theirs were, and they were in their native Japanese. Because I always tell them, but especially when I introduce myself, I tell them, I tell them who I am, and I tell them, I am an American VTuber who is learning Japanese. Please excuse my poor Japanese. I'll try my best not to offend them or make a mistake when talking to them, but and I apologize in advance if I make a mistake. And that way they understand, that I'm not, if something happens or if I make, say something that's off, I'm not, I don't mean harm by it. I'm not trying to offend them, right? And as I play a game with them or I talk to them or whatever, they'll make compliments. They're like, your comments are so elegant. Your comments are so pretty. That is such a beautiful statement. I mean, that they'll make comments like that. Your Japanese is so perfect. I mean, it's like I'm basically just grammar checking what I'm, I'll type what I'm trying to say into Deep L, and then I'll grammar check it, and then I'll post it into I'll grammar check it twice through Deep L and then through Google Translate, and then I'll post it in chat, and then it's like, okay. Yeah. I've noticed that too. People that are, if you speak Spanish, it's so much easier to make the transition between back and forth, and it completely surprised me because I had so much trouble learning Spanish when I lived in Texas. I was like, Spanish was one of the hardest things I learned. I tried to learn, and I dated as several Mexican ladies when I lived in Texas, and I dated them, and I talked a little Espanol because I had to ask one of their fathers for her daughter's hand, his daughter's hand in marriage, and it was hard to learn, but so it surprised me. Okay, thanks. Arigato. Arigato. I don't see a gozaimasu there, so we'll just go with arigato.
どうぞよろしくお願いします。
Okay, どうぞよろしくお願いします。どうぞよろしくお願いします。Okay, so, どうぞ nice. どうぞよろしくお願いします。So, nice to meet you.
あ、すみません。
Sumimasen. Okay, so they're throwing in that little so we're gonna put that Sumimasen.
すみません。
I'm sorry. Or excuse me.
どうぞ
Dozo. Here you go. Or here. Here you. Here you are. Here you are. Here. Nice. Okay. They're gonna give us that. Okay, here you go. Here. And and I'm wondering, like you said, if it isn't because of phonetics. Because A, B, C, D, E, F, A, He, Hachi, E. Oh gosh, I'm trying to remember my Espanol. A, B, C, D, E, F, A, B, C, D. I don't know. I hardly remember any of my Spanish because it's been over 20 years since I've lived in Texas. Yeah, I mean the one of the only things I remember now is like it's like it's like señor, no tengo dinero, sorry. That's the only thing I remember, in Espanol. It's like don't shoot, no tengo dinero, no tengo dinero. It's the only thing I remember. And that's not stereotyping, my man. I mean, that's literally what I had to. That's literally one of the things I remember learning when I was down there. Because let's just say that where I lived down there was not the nicest place that I lived. It was. If you weren't worried about the bad groups of Hispanic people that were trying to push drugs in our neighborhood, it was the other minority group that was in our neighborhood that were pushing drugs, and we had a very very back then we had a very bad drug, a three-way. And it was not just those two minority groups, okay? Because the third minority group was white people, all right? Because Hispanic people were the majority where I lived. Okay, so this was not like Hispanic people like were majority by like 45 to 48%, and white people were a minority where I lived. And then the other minority people were black. But there was a three-way like fight between like people that were trying to like push like their turf versus drugs and where I lived, and it was not pretty. I was shot at twice when I lived down there, and it was not fun. Yeah, no tengo dinero, no tengo pesos. Sorry. I forget what sorry is in Espanol. No bueno, no bueno. Excuse me. Excuse me. Sumimasen.
すみません
Okay. We'll get through this first lesson, I swear. We'll get through this first lesson. We are learning Japanese in this stream. Despite the fact that we are talking Espanol, we are also learning Nihongo, okay? Gomen. Okay. Negi? We are select the correct characters for Negai.
Ya.
Yeah, no. Okay. Ni. So this is ne. Se.
Negai.
Nagai.
Negai.
So what is nagai? I don't remember what nagai is. Okay. I have to remember that nagai. Okay. Teacher, I'm sorry. So sensei.
Sensei.
ごめんな
ご
さい。
めんなさい。
This. There's no this. Lo sen. No say. No si. No siento. No siento. Pardon. Onigai. Lo siento por den onigai. I lo siento? Ah. Arigato.
ありがと
That was a hard exercise? Onigai.
お願い
Onigai. She.
し
Mas.
ま
Da-da. We finally finished an exercise, everyone. We are good. We have yes. All right. Okay, we'll quit for free. Yatta. Okay. Lo siento. Lo siento. Ah. I need to retake all my Espanol classes because my brain is like, no comprende. That's the other Espanol phrase I know. No comprende. No comprende. Oyasumi nasai.
おやすみなさい
Alright. Oyasumi nasai. Let's see
で
if we
は
can get this.
おやすみなさい
Dewa. Well then.
では
Oyasumi nasai.
おやすみなさい
Good night. Well then, good night.
こちらこそ
Kochira koso. Kochira. Kochira. See, this is one of those phrases that like really throws me off because it koki is if I look at it and just say it, it's okay. But if I like actually try to pronunciate it, it's like my mouth just like freezes up. It's kokirakoso. Okay, kokirakoso. So that's likewise, isn't it?
こちらこそ
Kochirakoso. Kochi.
こちらこそ
Kochi. It's not she, it's chi. Kochirakoso. Likewise. Okay.
じゃおやすみなさい
Ja. Oyasumi nasai.
じゃおやすみなさい
じゃあね
Jane. And that's bye or goodbye. Jane. And if you just say ja, then that's bye. Okay.
よろしくこちらこそ
Yoroshiku.
よろしく
Koso. Oh, wait a minute. Kochira. Koso. Nice to meet you. Likewise. Okay.
ではさようなら
Dewa. Sayonara. So that's, well then. Farewell. Well, sayonara. I wonder if they're gonna, like, take farewell or goodbye. Well then, sayonara. Farewell. We'll pick farewell and see if they like it. Ah, okay. They're gonna take it.
どうもどういたしまして
Ooh.
どうもどういたしまして
Domo.
どうも
Do you itashimaste. I don't recognize this. Do you itashimaste.
どういたしまして
You're welcome. Okay. Doyo to itashimaste. See, this is the other thing that throws me off. Oh. So, if you have DOU, is the U silent? Because, like, if you say, like, domo, it's like you put a little inflection to include the U, like, do. You know, it's like the U's almost like an afterthought. But if it's like do, like DOUI, is it pretty much like you can skip over the U, and it's like do, like, you know, DO, and then go straight to the I? So it's like doa, it's like so it's like doita do ita. It's like do ita shima shite. Is that pretty much how it goes? Do ita shima shite. And the U is pretty much like is pretty silent. Cause I mean if Umberto is correct, I think Umberto is correct. Yeah, it's a long sound. Okay, that's a good point, Eugene. Very good point. Okay, yeah, those are both very good points. Yeah, very good points. Okay, so it's a long sound. So it's basically like going do. So it's like do ita shi ma shi te. So do ita shi ma shi te. It's a long word. Doita shima shite. Okay. So it's domo doita shima shite. Okay, and it's just a matter of like actually learning the like phrase to be able to say it all without pausing, I guess. It's like, you know, it's kind of like learning how to say oyasumi nasai without pausing. And, you know, only this is like a different, you know, like I said, you know, you have like the different syllables, and my mouth is not accustomed to trying to say the different syllables. So it's like I get like lockjaw, you know. Doita shima shite. Doita shima shite. Doita shima shite. Okay. Got it. Okay, got it. Good job, guys. Good job. Plus one to chat. See, we just practiced that, my boy. We just practiced that. I completely forgot what it was. What the word? Nice to meet you. Welcome. Nice to welcome. You are welcome. Okay, you are welcome. Okay. You're welcome. Say it again.
どういたしまして。
See, I can't say it that fast.
どういたしまして。
How do you say it so fast? I mean, it almost sounds like he's not saying it correctly. How is he? Is that how you really say it? It doesn't sound right. It sounds like he's mispronouncing it.
どういたしまして。
That don't sound correct. It sounds like he's missing a couple of syllables there.
どういたしまして。
Doitamashite. I mean, that's what it sounds like to me. It sounds like doitamashite. It's like, where'd the rest of it go?
どういたしまして。
Where'd the rest of it go, my man?
どういたしまして。
Okay, I'll trust you on this.
こんばんは、さようなら。
See, at least this guy pronunciated, all the words. It's like he didn't say "come to day" and say, "Okay, that's how you say it." Sorry. Konban. Yeah.
は、
See, at least he didn't say "konbanwa."
こんばんは、 さようなら。
Sayonara. Konbanwa. Sayonara. At least he didn't say it like that.
さようなら。
Yeah, he actually enunciated the syllables because it's a learning experience. Okay. That's enough of my ranting.
今晩はじゃあね。
See, she pronunciated it. Konbawa, konbawa. Good evening, young lady. And just immediately as you said good evening, you're automatically leaving. Goodbye. Johnny, bye. Thanks. You're welcome. Okay. So, so I guess this one, in this case, it would be domo.
どうも。どういたしまして。
See, she pronunciated it. How come the other bro didn't pronunciate it? Oh, okay. So that's, I suppose this is one of those rare exceptions where DOU or do, instead of being two separate syllables, that's right. This is one of those exceptions where do, they combine and they become one syllable. That's right. That's right. That's right. Do. But she still pronunciated it, and the other guy didn't. I'm sorry. I have to give I have to give Duolingo shit
ど
about.
ういたしまして。
See, she pronunciated it. The other bro didn't. I gotta remember that though, because there's been so many times I've been trying. I can think of, I know how to say thank you. Arigato, arigato, arigato. But there's been so many times where I've given something to another VTuber. And they're just like so ecstatic, Oh, arigato gozaimasu, arigato, Marko-san, arigato, And my mind just goes blank when I'm trying to remember how to say you're welcome, So, I mean, Umberto, what you're saying makes sense, because we actually did touch on that a little bit 2 weeks ago when we covered the complex the complex less common syllables in Japanese, where you have those like uncommon rules where syllables connect and they combine into one syllable. So that makes sense. That makes sense now that you bring it back up. With doita shimashite, doita shimashite, doita. I just gotta practice it. Doita shimashite. Doita shimashite. And I gotta remember, I don't, have to like emphasize any specific like actual syllable. Doita shimashite. Doita doita shimashite. Doita shimashite. Doita shimashite. Doita shimashite. Okay. That's gonna be my homework for this week, is trying to practice that. Good evening, goodbye. Okay, good evening, goodbye. So, good evening is konbanwa, and then goodbye. Well, you got sayonara and then you got ja. So I'm gonna go with sayonara because that's more. I mean, it doesn't say bye; it says goodbye. So.
さようなら
Hey, hard exercise. Thank you to you as well. So this one would be kochira koso. Arigato
ありがと
gozai
うござい
masu.
ます
I think. Yes. Okay. Good evening, bye. Okay. Good evening, bye. So that'll be konban wa.
は
And this one would be mata.
また
Umberto, you should know this one. Mata ne.
ね
You say that to me every single week. Mata ne. Ta-ta. All right. Good job. Good job. Good job. Way to hustle, guys. Way to hustle. All right. Good job. Okay. All right. Water time. See, I'm glad that you you guys, Umberto, Eugene, Calvin. I'm glad you guys are here. I wish Knight would be able to drop in more often again because, combined. I mean, this is a very much kind of like a study group with practicing this stuff because there are things that. I mean, I kind of observe, but I never really know the actual rules to. But I just hear and I just kind of accept as, oh, okay, that has to be fact because I hear other people say it, but I don't know why or how or the reason or rationale behind why it's used or why it's said or anything else like that unless someone else tells me. So okay, so let's go to the next one here. Oh, actually, before I do that, I just want to check. This stream is also very much a test stream because last week I was dropping some major packets while streaming, and I wanted to check my stats. I did some changes to my network settings to make sure to try to fix the packet drops that I was having. Well, there were more frame drops than packet drops, but I was dropping about like 30% of my frames last week, but I wasn't dropping any packets. which was weird. But I was getting some really bad latency latency on the network. I was having a network ping of over 140 milliseconds between my network, well, the computer that does the actual streaming of OBS to the YouTube channel server, and the gateway for it. So I did some changes, and I got it from like 170 something down to like 40. So it's doing a lot better, and I haven't dropped a single frame yet. So knock on wood, I think we're okay. H Legacy is still messing with the frames. Okay. Hopefully it doesn't mess with it too much when we stream it. Okay. Oh, by the way, I think you guys are gonna have some real fun when we start the Hololive best scream tier list, and because it started off as the best scream, the best Hololive scream tier list that I was gonna do. And then it went from a tier list to kind of like a competition. And then I was like, you know what? Let's just take every generation, and then we'll pick like the top winner of each generation, and then we'll have them go head to head, and then we'll just pick a winner. It will rank them from Gen 0 all the way through Holo EN and Indonesia, and then we'll just rank them from like the best of the best down to the best of the rest, that kind of thing. So I think we'll have fun with that. I've been hunting clips, and we'll do them each by generation. We'll talk about them and stuff like that. And depending on how many people are actually in chat when we review them, we'll either like do like have a consensus within chat, or I'll just pick the winner. One or the other, because some of them are some of the generations are going to be very contentious, because there's going to be some really contentious gens that have some really good screamers in their generations. So but I would like to have fun doing it, and I hope that we have a decent turnout for it. At least have 3 or 4 people in chat that turn out for it. It could be an extremely fun stream if people turned out for it, because it would be very fun to be able to review those. Okay, どうぞよろしくお願いします。Okay. So nice to meet you.
こんばんは、じゃあね。
こんばんは、じゃあね。こんばんは。
こんばん
は。
は。
じゃあね。
あね。
じゃあね。
ではさようなら。
では、well then. さようなら。Okay.
こんばんは、さようなら。
こんばんは。
こんばんは。
さようなら。
さようなら。
お願いします。
Onegaishimasu. Did you know that there's a person in Gen 0? Yeah, it is a very hard tier list to do. But did you know that there's a person in Hololive Gen 0 that has only been caught once actually screaming live on stream in her entire Hololive career? And it was purely by chance that they caught her screaming on stream, and it wasn't meant to be caught on stream. It was only because she happened to be doing a VR. She was demoing Phasmophobia in VR, and she just happened to be demoing Phasmophobia in VR, and the ghost got her, and just by chance it freaked her out so badly that one time, and they caught her live on camera live, and she screamed. And that's the only time she has ever screamed live on camera. Nope, not Mio. Was not Mio. Mio screamed a lot of times on camera. Yeah, it's one of those two, Eugene. It's one of those two. They've caught Azuki several times. Well, at least a couple times. It took a little bit, but I found several clips of her. It was Sora. Sora's only actually screamed one time on stream. She's freaked out one time on stream over a situation she was in, but she has never actually screamed, like screamed, like freaked out screamed, like actually like scared or startled screamed, on stream live. Yep, Sora. Yep.
あ、おはようございます。
Well, and here's the thing. I think it's because she sticks straight to Japanese horror, and she seems to intentionally avoid American horror games. So I am a little dubious what would happen if she ever played like an American style horror game. And I'm not sure if she's ever played Resident Evil or, Biohazard. I would be interested to see what would happen if she played Biohazard. But I mean, she's played the what are they called? The Fatal Frame or Project Zero games. She's played a lot of the the folklore type games that are more indicative of Japanese psychological and mythological horror. But she has, and it might be that she doesn't particularly like the gore of say zombie movies or like Dead Space or something like that. But it almost, when I was looking through her streams, because they said that she's an avid horror game player. I was like, oh wow, because I didn't think she would be the type that liked horror games. And I was going through her streams. I noticed that there was a big absence of Biohazard, Dead Space. She didn't look. She'd never played. What's the other one? The Evil Within. She's never played that. She's never played, those particularly brutal type of games. So I'm wondering if maybe she just, those don't appeal to her, and she likes more of the psychological, and maybe the brutality is like where, that's the line that can't be crossed with her. Because she like freaked out when she was playing one game, and all of a sudden like the ground was covered with these like really huge mutant like type worms, and she was like completely freaked out. And she was like, get me out of here. Get me out of here. I can't stand these worms. Get me out of here. I mean, it was like almost like a phobia of worms. And she was like, get me out of here. Get me out of here. Yeah, these are gross. This is gross. This is gross. This is gross. This is gross. So I'm wondering if that's kind of like where that line is drawn,
あ、おはようございます。
Ah, good morning.
おは
Ohayo.
よう。
Ohayo.
おやすみなさい。
Oops. Ohayo.
おはよう。ごめんなさい。
Oops. Ohayo gozaimasu. There we go.
こちらこそありがとうございます。
Unfortunately, those games also comes hand in hand with shooting. So if she's not good with shooters, then she's gonna have a hard time with the controls instead of. Oh yeah, that's very true as well. I don't know. I would, I guess I would have to explore her streams again to see if she plays any of those shooter type games. Cause I'm not sure if she plays anything like Splatoon or anything like that. Those person shooters. Because I mean, if she can play, if she knows how to play Splatoon, or if she's able to handle Splatoon, then she should be able to handle Resident Evil more or less. I mean, yeah, I get that, I mean, like, zombies, survival horrors, different animal completely, but, I mean, relatively speaking, you would think that she'd be able to handle it if she can, play Splatoon.
こちらこそありがとうございます。
こちらこそありがとうございます。See, thank you. Oh man. Okay, so it's a thank you. So thank you.
ありがとうございます。 こちらこそ
To you as well. Likewise, to you as well. To you as well. Thank you. Those are a lot of particles.
こちらこそこちらこそ
I mean, you know, I guess another way of looking at it would be likewise. So likewise, thank you. To you as well. Okay, I get it, but that's just a lot of. Okay. I mean, that threw me off.
さようなら
Thanks to you as well. Okay, I get it. Okay. Yeah. I think part of the thing is, if you get frustrated with the controls, I mean that's part of why you would stop playing the game, or why you would fear a game is because the controls. You would get scared of. I don't want to go in front of thousands of people and try to play a game when the controls are bad, or they're hard,
さようなら
Sayonara. I mean,
さようなら
that's why I don't play Elden Ring or any of the Souls games in front of you guys, because I know I'm gonna spend. Well, I mean, why do you think I haven't played Bayonetta in front of you guys since that one night? Because, I mean, I struggled trying to get past that one spot. I spent 45 minutes trying to get through that one spot, and then I got stuck on that next spot. And I'm like, I'm not going to get stuck in front of you guys again for another hour. Trying to get through one spot. It's like, not going to happen. We're going to move on. We're just going to move on. I know that's part of the animal of the game. That's part of the experience, but I don't play games for that kind of experience. That's not the type of grinding I'm used to. Thanks to you as well. Okay, so this would be the kochira koso. ありがとう
ありがとう
ござい
ござい
ます。
ます
I know the Mazu is muted, but I always emphasize it because it's I'm an anime character. Come on. Okay. Good evening. Konbawa.
今晩
Wa. Mata ne.
またあね
Eh? Oh, I skipped the letter. Did I? Gon ban wa. What did I skip? Kon ban wa ma ta ah. I knew that. I knew that. See, that's what happens when I'm talking and trying to do this at once. Okay. Yoroshiku.
よろしく
Onegaishimasu.
おやすみなさい
Oh. おやすみなさい. Nice to meet you. Yoshku.
こちらこそ
Tata. Okay. I see what they're doing. Okay.
お願いご
Onigai.
ざいます
Onigai. I see what they're doing. They're starting to throw other syllables and phrases in here now that are similar or close to what the actual answer is. Okay, I see what they're doing. Okay, so this one was konban wa mata ne.
ね
Tata. See, Eugene, thank you very much for stopping in. I appreciate you being here. Thank you very much. Please, if you have a chance, stop by in this weekend. I'm gonna get snowed in here by a winter storm starting tomorrow night. So I'm likely going to be streaming this weekend. So if you have a chance, please stop in. If not, thank you so much for dropping in. I appreciate you being here and being a part of the channel. Have a good weekend. Okay, let's lubricate the throat. So, as we move on to the next lesson here, one of the things that I typically try to avoid, at least myself personally, and this is kind of just like changing gears entirely, but this is kind of like segueing into a completely different topic that from everything that we have talked about up to this point, but it's something kind of real that has been on my mind for probably about like at least a week or so now. I think you guys know more than anything that on my channel I tend to I tend to cover when I'm not streaming games or talking about what's on my mind. Yeah, thank you very much, Eugene. I appreciate it. We will be here studying tonight, and we'll continue studying here every week. If you want to keep on dropping in and helping out and maybe learn a little bit with us, we'll be here every week. And like I said, we'll be gaming hopefully most of this weekend. So if you feel like dropping in, please drop in and hang out with us. All right. I typically try to exclude myself from all the drama that's out there. If anything, I cover more of the drama than I try to participate in drama. You know what I'm saying? But every once in a while, I find myself just having to be part of it. And it puts me in a very awkward position because I don't want to be part of it.
アメリカ人
You know what I'm saying? And
末
I don't know. I have
ぬ
I have found myself in a situation that
り
um
ら
is rather uncomfortable in so many ways that
末
I don't want to like
そ
I don't want to be the bad guy. You know what I'm saying? But I know that at the end of the day, no matter what I do or what I say or what I don't do or say, I'm gonna be made out to be the bad guy anyways. So
そ
I'm trying to figure out how much I really want to do and say, and how best to go about saying it where it's framed in the best context.
ど
And it's been very difficult for me to figure that out. You know, whether or not I'm gonna make statements in private, or if I'm gonna just make it all public, or if it's gonna, if I make those statements private and then it comes out that it's said in public, whether or not, I then make my statements public, or try to explain myself in public, or I don't want to be put in that kind of position, but it's kind of where I'm getting put, and it would be easy for me to just walk away from everything, but then I would be leaving a lot of people being taken advantage of, and that's just not me. I would not want to leave dozens of people being taken advantage of.
ど ど
So
ど
and it makes me mad that somebody would do that to people
で
when I know, I know people personally who are, working 2-3 jobs, and I mean, just look at Ankara right now. She's working so many jobs just trying to pay bills that she can't even stream, right? And she's refusing. I mean, Ankara is refusing. I have offered to send her money to help her. I said, how much money do you need? I'll send you money. If I could help you out with whatever it is that you're having trouble with, if I can help you out, I'll send you, I'll send you what I can to help you out. I mean, I've offered to like help her out with her channel, and she has refused every single offer I have given her, because she wants to do it all herself. She wants to, try to make it all on her own. And I respect that. I'm not going to like say, no, you're going to take what I'm offering you, But, I mean, you have people like that are just struggling to try to survive so they can be so they can stream and live their dream. And then you have people that are already in that position, but then they're taking advantage of people, and it just makes me mad. It's like, don't take advantage of the people that are like thinking you're a good person.
で
Pay, yep, pay.
て
I don't know, it just drives me, it makes me mad. It really makes me mad.
し
Because I,
ついご
it's like, I want to see as those people live their dreams, even for a little bit. I want to see them live their dreams.
て
And it kind of makes me sad that, in a way that,
て
I can't do more for him, Anyways.
スペイン
Oop. I forgot. I sent her. Hang on. I sent her a Twitter message. Did she send me a response? Not yet. Okay. I was actually working on a translation of something for Hoshinon, so I was just seeing if she responded yet. Sorry. Okay. Oh wow, it's already been almost 2 hours. Okay. So after we finish this exercise, we'll take a few-minute break from Duolingo, and then we'll move on to Busuu. And I'll practice that for a little bit before calling it a night, so I can get some sleep before tomorrow morning streams.
インド
Indo. So is that what they call India? Indo? Oh. Okay.
アイルランド
Ireland. Okay. That's kind of it. That's interesting, because I mean, if you look at the English breakdown of Ireland, you have ire, and ire. If you think of it logically, the ire of somebody is completely different than if you take the first part of how you pronunciate it in Japanese, which is I, which, I and ire are the complete opposites. Anyways, okay. Just thought that was kind of interesting. Okay, perfecto. Champion achievement level up. I've made it to the Pro League. Yay. Huzzah. Okay, so that's it for Duolingo for tonight. We'll take a few-minute break here, and then we'll move on to Busuu. And let's see here. It looks like we made it to chapter 3, which will be negative sentences. So yeah, this month will be rather interesting though. We'll be playing we'll do our best to finish up Hogwarts, and we'll see how far or how much Atomic Heart keeps my interests in the near term. And then let's see, game releases. And then let's see here. The frame rate, and so I installed Wulong on my PC, and it crashed my PC. And the weird thing was that when it crashed my PC, it also crashed my my display driver, and it corrupted my display driver. I had to completely reinstall my display driver. I had to completely rip it out, completely uninstall it and reinstall it. No idea why. It made no sense. But my I was testing it out on the PC, checking frame rate, checking to see how the frame rate looked, when I was testing it on a test stream, everything. And then all of a sudden the my PC just like went dark, and it started rebooting, and then all of a sudden I kept getting an error message on display that said that there was a resolution mismatch, and it kept trying to like display my PC in some weird pseudo resolution. And the only way I was able to get my computer back was to boot it up in safe mode, rip out the display driver, and reinstall it. It was weird. It was just so weird. So I was like, nah, okay, that's it. No thanks. I'm gonna wait on that one for a while. Yeah, it was really weird. It was just like so weird. I have no idea why. So, I was kind of like excited for it because it was like akin to like, it plays out kind of like a Souls type game, and its difficulty. So I was kind of sad that it played out, as bad as it did. So I was like, and unfortunately the frame rate was just awful with Wild Hearts, which was that came out last month on February 17th, and that was compare it's basically like a Ubisoft or EA branded type of Monster Hunter type game, only with like a feudal Japan type spin to it, and you build like these machinations and stuff like that are really cool, but the frame rates are just horrendous, and it was like it almost seemed like they needed like 6 or 8 more weeks to optimize it. So that's out. That was out of the question. Fatal Frame, Mask of the Lunar Eclipse. I've seen fan translations on that, and I wasn't really impressed with that. Bayonetta Origins, kind of on the fence on that one, since it's I'm really gonna wait to see what people say about that before even thinking about it. So, I mean, Resident Evil Remake comes out the 24th, so that's 15 days, so 2 weeks away. So that'll keep me entertained for at least a couple weeks. I mean, that's gonna be probably my bread and butter until we finish playing it. In April, Minecraft Legends comes out April 18th. I get free access to that with Game Pass, so I mean, that's a good thing. So we'll see what that's about. Dead Island 2 comes out April 21st. Depending on the state it comes out, I may get that one. If it comes out and it's in a good state, I mean, I'm really kind of weary about it. It's had such a bad development cycle. I'm kind of like, I don't know. So, and then Redfall comes out May 2nd. So, and that comes out on Game Pass. So I get that automatically. So it's kind of like, why spend money on Dead Island 2 when I get Redfall May 2nd, Especially if one's going to be bad and the other one's free. And if that one's bad, at least it's free. And then Star Wars Jedi Survivor comes out the 28th. So, and then I have Fallen Order, which I haven't beaten yet. So, I mean, that's a game I could play. And then I haven't even beaten. I've never beaten the Legend of Zelda game on Switch. And Tears of the Kingdom comes out in May. So I mean, there's that. And Street Fighter 6 comes out June 2nd. And I'm actually kind of excited about that because I kind of want to see. I want to see if Mikochi and Picora get into play. So I want to see if Mikochi, Picora, and Karone. I want to see if those three get into playing Street Fighter 6. And make their own characters. Because I have this really sneaky suspicion that all three of them are going to make their own characters. And they're all going to start playing that. And if they do, I have a feeling they're gonna stream it, and it's gonna be big, and it's gonna be really, really big. So, and I also have a feeling that towards the end of this month, we may see Miko by WWE 2K23 if the game is in a good state as well. So there's that too. So and I still haven't played the golf portion of Wii Sports or Switch Sports. So there's still a few things left. And I still have a big backlog as well that I haven't I have on my my Steam account. So I mean, it's not like I'm short on games. I'm just looking ahead. Okay. All right, Umberto, have a good lunch. Okay, in the meantime, we will start working on Busuu. Negative sentences. Let's go. Alright, even if we are just practicing by ourselves for the moment, we are still going to move on ahead. We're going to do this just as much for ourselves as we are for the people who are either lurking or watching on the VOD. So if you are watching us on the VOD or lurking, feel free to follow along with us. Hopefully we don't run into anything that requires discussion, or the video or the presentation will hopefully explain to us what we're about to watch. Maybe. Okay. Reply positively to the question. Koko se desu ka? Hi. Koko se desu. Yes, I am a high school student. Okay. Another way to answer questions. We can also say so desu. So desu. To confirm something. So, Naruto wa ninja desu ka? Is Naruto a ninja? Hi, so desu. Hi, that's right. Hi. Okay. That makes complete sense. Okay.
そうです。
So this, see, we have our ninja stand-in right here. Hi, so this. Naruto wa desu. Naruto wa ninja desu.
はい、会社員です。
Hi, Kai-shan.
そうです。
Hi, Kai-shan desu. Hi, so desu. Instead of hi, Kai-shan desu, you can also say hi, so desu to answer positively. That is true. Okay. Answer the question in the positive. Hi. So this.
はい、そうです。会社員です。
Hi. So this. Kai-shan desu.
マリコさんは学生ですか？
Hi, Okay.
ヒロトさんは学生ですか？
Ask your friend if he is a student. Hiroto-san, gaksen desu ka? Oh, so we need to put the particle. Hiroto-san wa gaksen desu ka? Gotta make sure you put the particle there.
エリナさんは先生ですか？
So, hi, sensei desu. No? Oh, negative. I gotta read. Reply negatively to the.
エリナさんは先生ですか？
いいえ、先生です。Oh, so you say no and then you correct it. Oh.
エリナさんは先生ですか？
いいえ、学生です。はい、yeah. Okay, that's right. So, in this case, you reply negatively. That's right. So you reply negatively, you say no, and then you provide the correct information instead of reaffirming what they just said. You provide the correct information. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Negative sentences. To form a negative sentence, we replace this with Jana, Jane, Janai, Okay, Janai desu. Janai. So, watashi wa gakusei janai desu. Janai desu. So, janai is basically like negative, no. Janai.
私は学生じゃないです。
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 吉田さんは医者じゃないです。
吉田さん。Say it again.
吉田さんは医者じゃないです。
医者じゃないです。I keep forgetting they're using Isha. Isha is the more correct word for doctor as a profession as opposed to sensei, which is more generalized.
いいえ、大学生じゃないです。こう
Okay, answer the question. Yoshida-san wa isha, Yoshida-san wa isha desu ka? So is Yoshida-san a doctor? Ie. Ishe janai desu. Kaisen desu. No not a doctor. Student. Or company employee. Kaisen. Kai. Part of a team. Kai. Okay.
木村さんは学生ですか？
Select.
木村さんは学生ですか？
Gaksen.
木村さんは学生ですか？
Gaksen. Gaksen. Hi, Gaksen です。
いいえ、会社員じゃないです。
Respond negatively to the question. Junko-san wa kaisen desu ka? Is Junko-san a company person? Negatively, iie kaisen janai desu. Okay. But 88%, not bad. Okay. All right, not bad. Okay. Moving on. We'll try. We never make it, so no sense in trying. I mean, we'll try, but no sense in saying we're going to do it when all we can do is try and not make it. Okay, so saying country names. We've practiced that in somewhat in Duolingo, but we will also practice that here. Since that seems to be part of the beginner course over here. Not saying that we will do worse or better doing it over here, but yeah. So Nihon, and Chugoku. Nihon.
日本
Nihon. As opposed to Nikon, which is a camera.
中国
Chugoku, which is a...
中国
No, that means China. And you should feel ashamed if you call that Japan. Because, yeah. That does not mean Japan. That means China. And by the way, for people that are watching, we have so far successfully been able to stream without dropping any frames so far. We have eclipsed 2 hours. We have had a few little hiccups here and there on the PC, but I mean, they were just rather performance issues and nothing overly concerning. I mean, I haven't seen anything that has been like detrimental yet. So, I mean, I feel pretty confident going forward for tomorrow with like actually streaming something more intense. I mean, it really depends, because I do need to try to prepare so I'm just checking my stats. So I didn't have any outages on my. Okay, so. So. So since we have been streaming, I haven't had any outages or any loss of packets or internet traffic to Where's A? There's B. Where's A? Where's the graph? So right as I was about to say that, so right as I was about to say that, I amazingly had a few dropped packets to the server, to the but it didn't register in OBS, so it looks like we're still okay. I mean, and the redundancy server for YouTube didn't pick up anything, and that never went down. So I mean, it looks like everything's running fine. That's what I'm saying. So we should be okay for tomorrow. For likely playing. I would like to play. We'll see. I'll probably play Atomic Heart tomorrow because I've been really dying to try the game. And I would like to do a little bit more farming of Hogwarts offline to just try to knock out more of the side quest. That way I could just get those side quests out of the way so we can focus on the main story quest. That way we're not doing all the busy work online and wasting time with doing busy work in fetch quests, and we can actually do like the actual story, and get to the meat of the stuff. And when we do the side quests, it's the compelling stuff like Poppy's and Sebastian's side quest, instead of go here and throw these 3 items down and then fly back here and then do this, and then voila, you're done. We don't need to do that on stream. I'd rather do Sebastian's whole story arc on stream because it's at least compelling with a story to it. You know what I'm saying? So Okay. Do you remember that we write loan words with katakana? For that reason, many country names are also written in katakana, which seems reasonable. You'll see the katakana next to the romanji in case it's helpful. But don't worry, we'll learn it gradually together soon. Wink, wink. So, America. See, England always throws me off.
イギリス、
イギリス、イギリス、イギリス、
イギリス、
イギリス, or just say UK. Mexico,
メキシコ、
Mexico, 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 Mexico.
アメリカ、
America,
アメリカ、
America, Lady Liberty, Lady Liberty, Liberty Lady, Liberty Lady, hi.
イギリス、
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 イギリス、リス、リス, just think of nut, nut. When you think of the UK, think of nut.
メキシコ、
Mexico,
メキシコ、
Mexico, Mexico. Okay, so USA, Mexico, America, Igiriku, Risku, Igirisu, Mexico.
東京は日本です。
東京は日本です。Tokyo is in Japan. Tokyo wa Nihon desu.
ボストンはアメリカです。
Boston wa America desu. Hi. To ask where something is, we use the question word doko. Doko desu ka? The structure for the question is wa doko desu ka? So to answer the question, we admit the subject with wa and simply state the location ending with dis. So Kyoto wa doko desu ka? Where's Tokyo? Where's Kyoto? Nihon desu. Ah. That doesn't help. It's like, where in Japan? We are in Japan. Doko. So, Kyoto wa doko desu ka? Nihon desu. Ah. Okay. So, basically, like if you were to go and you're in Tokyo, right? And you're walking around with your cell phone or a map, right? And you're looking, and you walk up to somebody and you tap them on the shoulder, or you just you walk up to them and you say, sumimasen, 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 America jin desu. Akihabara wa doko desu ka? Doko. I'm an American. Where is Akihabara? And you point to a map. The map that you're looking at that way you can at least have them, you could try to like help, guide where the conversation, as opposed to them, trying to lay it all on them, trying to describe how to get to Akihabara. They can point it on the map, and you can, if you are using like a map on your phone, you'll have a little like icon of where you're at, so at least that way you'll have a marker of where you're at, so they don't have to really tell you, this is where you're at, this is where it's at, this is how how you get there type thing. You can they'll probably still try to like maybe try to help you try to figure out how to get there, but the conversation will be a lot easier, as opposed to just kind of like, you walk up to somebody random, and because you look like you're lost, and you're like, I know, Onesan, sumimasen, America jin desu, Akihabara wa doko desu ka? Hi, I am lost. I want to go to Akihabara. Doko. And they'll just look at you like, I don't speak English, and they'll walk off. If you use gestures and you speak with your body, and you are trying to use Japanese at the same time, you help put them more at ease, because you are making an attempt that they may like try to speak in response, but then you can get smart, right? And you can bust out like like Google Translate, or even like if you're really smart, you get DeepL on your phone, right? And then you can just hit the little button on there where and just have them speak into it, and it automatically translates for them. And then you can just like have it auto translate for you, and then there you go. And then you can like even like, okay, and then you can like try to sweet talk them a little bit, especially if you're like looking to like just like sweet talk the ladies a little bit, when you're going over there. But that's a different story. Okay. So, but this isn't about picking up women in Japan, all right? This is about like getting to Akihabara and learning Japanese. So, but this is what I'm saying is, you use your technology and use your smarts, all right? When you're trying to talk with other people in Japanese, because if you just walk up to somebody and you're like, I'm an American, I'm sorry, I speak English, and you expect them to speak English back to you, that it ain't gonna happen, right? If you're not gonna put effort into it, don't expect them to put effort back into it to you. I mean, there's very few people will put the effort into something on your behalf, and that's why when Japanese streamers see that I'm putting effort into doing stuff like this, and putting effort into trying to speak in Japanese to them, it blows their mind, because they're like, wow, there's a listener out there and a VTuber who is trying their hardest to speak to me in my own language, and they're not Japanese, they are American. and it blows their mind, and they value you. And if you want to be one of those few valued Americans that are respected within the Japanese community over, as far as like the listener group and the actual VTuber themselves, you put the effort into it. You use your technology, you use what you have in front of you, you use what's free and available to you, and you put the effort into it.
京都はどこですか?
京都はどこですか?
北海道はどこですか?
And remember, this isn't about trying to impress a lady. This is about actually showing that if you value the streamer and you value the person that is streaming, that you're willing to put the effort to communicate with them because of all the work and effort they are to put to stream and get up, or spend 2 hours of their day after working 16 hours to stream something at 10 o'clock at night when they could be sleeping. And maybe there's only 8 other people watching them, and they're thinking maybe this isn't worth it, right? But you are sitting there and you show up in their stream and you make it worth it because you're actually putting an effort into it. You're putting effort into it, and they're putting an effort into it, and that makes it worth it to them. So think about that. Your effort could make what they're doing feel like worthwhile. So just think about that. Okay. 北海道はどこですか? You would not believe how many streamers, small streamers, are out there. Small Japanese streamers are out there that only have an audience of maybe 10, 15 people who work 10, 12, 16 hours a day, get home, then they, and maybe they just barely made monetization, or they're still trying to get to monetization, and they're sitting there thinking about quitting because they only have 700, 750, 600 people, that have subscribed to their channels. They only have 10, 15 people show up to their streams a day, per stream. Maybe they haven't even cracked 500 people, 500 views, and they're thinking, "What, man? Is this even worth it? I mean, I'm not going to bed till midnight, 1, 2 o'clock in the morning, and then I have to work 16 hours. Is this really worth it? I'm spending money on streaming when I could be."
Akira-san wa doko desu ka?
I could be saving it, or maybe spending it elsewhere. Is this really worth it? I mean, do the people that even show up appreciate me? I mean, you have streamers ask themselves that all the time, man. Hell, I ask myself that. I ask myself that when I'm the only one, that's here, and I'm talking to myself, kind of like right now. Akira-san wa doko desu ka? This sentence asking where Akira is. True. Yeah, my answer is different than all those other streamers because, you know, I'm not in it to try to get monetized, and I'm not hedging my bets on trying to spend every single hour of my day trying to make money, right? But some of these people, you know, that's what they gotta do in order to survive. You know, that's why Ankaro is not streaming right now, is because every single hour of her day is literally trying to make money to survive. And that's sad, man. It's sad, and I'm going to talk about something that I was talking about earlier. Osaka wa Chugoku desu ka? Iie, Nihongo desu. No, it's not in China, it's in Japan. London wa Mexico iie. No, it's not in Mexico. It's in London. It's in England. I'm not gonna say who it is. No, Hawaii. So Hawaii wa Igirisu desu ka? Iie, Hawaii wa Hawaii wa Igirisu janai desu, America desu. It's not in the United Kingdom, it's in America. So I'm not going to mention who I am talking about or referring to right now, because that's gonna be reserved for something a little bit later. If I even make the public complete public comments, public. But that being said, okay, so we are at Hiragana Kakikuke Ko. We will learn the next 5 Hiragana letters. And while we're doing that, we are going to have some real talk chat while we're talking about this, while we're working on our next. And forgive me for not noticing sooner. I did not realize that the capture window was that off center for this website. I apologize. It was centered for YouTube and Duolingo, but apparently the basic nature of Busuu makes the capture drastically different for this site. Okay. So, arrange these hiragana. Okay. So it's it. E. Oh gosh, I always get this wrong. So that's ku. Okay. So a, I, u, a. Ah! I got those switched over again. Yeah, I always get those switched around.
Ka. Ka.
See, I hate that. I mean, I'm terrible at, like, actually identifying the syllables without the romanji. And I don't get why this... I mean, I know the rules. Okay, I understand the rules of, you know, left to right, up to down. I get the rules there. But I still always think, you know, that you put the base... You put the base here first before you put the stroke here. Even though you do... See, do it again.
Ka. Ka.
See, and that's just it. Look at how, like, how sloppy they wrote it. And then, like, how perfect it looks afterwards. It's like, no. I mean, that... The stroke... The third stroke is so long compared to how it should look. I mean, look how long this third stroke is. That third stroke looks like it should be like, if you were in school, they would count that off for being too long. I mean, I know I'm being nitpicky and I'm being facetious, but seriously, if I was in school and I tried to write ka like that, I just know they would, like, not accept that as an acceptable way of writing it.
Ka.
Okay, so ka. Okay, karate.
Ki.
Okay, ki. Ki. Even though when you wrote ki, there was no stroke at the end.
Ki.
Okay.
Ki.
Okay. Be careful. On the previous screen, did you notice that the tail was not connected to the main body? In handwriting, we usually don't connect it, but in some fonts, it's connected. Eh?
Ki.
Nani? So, you're saying that these are both the same? My head hurts. Welcome back, Umberto.
Ku.
My head hurts.
Ku.
Let's see here. So you would say tadaima, and I would say okaidimasai. Okaidinasai. Okaidi. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that's right. Yeah. There are different types of fonts. Okay. Tadaimasu. Okay, D. Ku. Ku, 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 ku.
Ke.
K.
Ke.
K.
Ke.
Okay.
Ko. Ko.
Ko. Okay, so this is ku. This is K. This is ko. Okay.
A. I. U. E. O.
A. E. U. A. O. Okay.
Ki.
Key. So key.
Ku.
Q. K.
Ko.
Ko. All right. So ko. Ku. Key. All right.
Ka.
Ka. Ha.
Ke.
K. Okay.
Ka. Ki. Ku. Ke. Ko.
Okay, so ka, ki, ku, k, ko. Okay. Select the correct Ramanji for persimmon. Okay, so that would be kaki. Okay. Select the correct Ramanji for so that's ku. So that'd be kiku. Okay. Select the correct hiragana for koke. Koke. For mas. Okay. Kaki kuke. Ko. Okay. Keiko. So that would be nope. That was that one. That one. I realized that the last minute. No. Koi. Complete the word you hear. So koi. Ko. Now see, that's gonna. Don't let it rattle you. Don't let it rattle you. Don't let it rattle you. Okay. Koi. Let it rattle me. No. Okay.
Kaku.
I let it rattle me. Okay. Okay. Focus. Okay. I know this one. Okay. Kaku. Okay. So that's right. Kaku. Okay. I got that one. Okay. I let it rattle me. As soon as I let it get into my mind, it's like I start doubting myself. I'm okay. Okay. So okay. So okay. Okay. So you got ka, and then ki, and then ku, and then k, k, and ko. Whew. Okay. Okay. So this time, get it right. There you go. Huzzah!
Koi.
Okay. So this time, koi. Not eco. Eco. Yay! So let me ask you something, Umberto. Since I have you here. Yatta. Let me ask you something, and this is just a general question. All right. If you found out something, and it would probably help out a bunch of people, but in doing so, you would likely make them extremely mad at you. And some of them might not even listen to you if you were to tell them. Would you still tell them? Because that's the position I'm stuck in the position where, and I think I'm mostly, I'm stuck in kind of a moral dilemma. And I mean, I think I have my mind already made up, but you know, I mean, I'm still trying to kind of just read the room a little bit, you know, because like I know that if I were to say what I need to say, I'm gonna make a lot of people mad at me. But in the process, it's better for them to know, because otherwise they're going to be likely losing out on a good amount of money and time and effort if I don't say anything, and I could easily just walk away from the situation and just leave them all to rot, but that's not the type of person I am. But in the process, they're probably going to get mad. You know, a lot of them are probably going to be mad at me for even saying what I need to say. Some of them are probably not even going to listen to me, or they're going to call me a liar, despite everything that I will show them and tell them, right? But, I mean, I don't know. Would you say anything, or would you just walk away? Yeah, I mean, I know that doing the right thing is not always popular. Yeah, and done I've done that almost my entire life, you know? And well, that's just it. Yeah, there's going to be fallout for what I say. Yeah. And that's the other thing, you know. I mean, I know like a lot, you know, a lot of them would say, you know, why didn't you ever say anything? I mean, we knew you disappeared. You know, why didn't you say anything before, you know, before you left? And that would just be it. It'd be like, well, I didn't think you would believe me, you know. And it's like, well, I didn't even try, really. You know, and that would be the other thing, you know, did I even try? So, and that's what it all comes down to, right? Is that, you know, I always kind of believe that I need to try in order to do the right thing, even if that kind of makes me look like a bad person, you know. You know, in the immediate future, I know the people that like really believe me or really know me will know that I'm doing the right things, because I'm doing the right thing, and I'm saying what I'm saying because I'm doing the right thing, and that there's a reason for it, you know. So, and don't worry, you know, what I'm telling you right now, you know, I promise you there will be a better explanation for what I'm saying right now later on down the line. So, you know, I know I'm being a little cryptic right now, but I promise you there will be a better explanation for what I'm saying. Just not right now, because I don't want to include it in this stream, you know, because then it would just completely derail what we're doing right now, and that topic is not something that needs to be involved in what we're doing here right now. But needless to say, it's a very in-depth topic that I've spent the better half of the last 2 weeks documenting, and yeah, it's just I need to slice it all together and put it all together into and then cohesive video to be presented, and then privately present to those people before I publicly say anything more to it, you know, but I honestly would regret not saying anything and letting those people be taken advantage of rather than saying something and being hated for it. Because at least if I said something and they hated me for it and they didn't listen to me, and then it later turned out that, you know, and then they found out later on, and then they realized that what I was saying was true, at least then they knew that they were being bullheaded and stubborn because of their own shortcomings and because they didn't want to listen, as opposed to me not doing anything, you know. And, you know, giving them the information and letting them decide what to do with it is ultimately what I want to do. You know, that's where I want to be. So, and that's the only thing I really can do, you know. So, okay, Tokyo wa Jugoku janai desu. Nihon desu. But yeah, like you said, I would regret not saying anything at all more than being hated because of saying something, because I knew that I could have at least warned them. I may have looked crazy and stupid in their eyes, but I'd rather look like that in front of them than just letting them be taken advantage of, you know? So, yeah, I think you're right. I think you're right on that. Arrange these countries names in the order UK, US, and Mexico. Okay, so ingresu, igrisu. The only thing I see when I see UK is risu. So when I think of UK, I think of nuts. I think of risu and I think of No Nut November. That's the only thing I think of. That's the only thing I think of. Sorry. I had to make light of that. Most of the time, true is like truth is like a filter. Let you know who's you can count on, who you cannot. Very, very true, man. They're very true. You know, truth really lets you know, like, like who's good, who has like you inside of their heart, and who's loyal to you down to the core, and who's willing to give you up in a drop of a hat type of thing. And that's just it. When it comes to like friends and everything else, like, I always try to be loyal down to the bone. I've always been that way. I've taken the fall for a lot of stuff. For when it come to me, or selling another person out that was my friend, or like really close to me, it's like, hey, this is all on me. They had nothing to do with it, type of thing. And I always take the fall for it. Very rarely did they ever do the same thing in return, which was kind of sad. But I mean, that's the way things kind of roll sometimes. You know what I'm saying?
ドイツ
Doitsu. I always wondered how to spell that. Doitsu. Okay. Brazil.
ブラジル
Bruh. 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 Bruh.
ブラジル
Brazil. Brazil. Okay. France.
フランス
France.
ドイツ
Doitsu. Okay.
ド
German.
イツ
Doitsu.
ブラジル
Brazil. Bra. Oh, sorry. I can't go with it. Bra.
ブラジル
No, it does not mean France. It means Brazil.
フランス
France.
パリはフランスです
France this. Okay. Match. Deutsche is Germany. Brazil. France. Yatta. Let's talk about nationalities. So basically, you put Jin at the end. Jin. That's what it means person. See. Okay. Jin.
日本人
Nihonjin. Okay. 日本人
中国人
中国人 something new. Shuai-san wa Jugojin. Okay.
私はヨシです日本人です
This person is saying his name is Yoshi and he is Chinese.
私はヨシです日本人です
No, he said he was Japanese.
アメリカ人
America. Okay.
イギリス人
Okay, he said, so did you just call him poor? Oh, Paul. So Paul is said poor? Poru. Poru? Poru.
ポールさんは
Poru.
イギリス人ですか
Okay.
フランス人
Fransujin. Okay. Complete the words American person, British person, France person. Okay. America Jean, British person, Risu Jean, and Fransujin. Cha-cha. Okay. Match the pairs. Okay, so Brazilian, Deutschjin, Mexicojin. Cha-cha.
ブラジル人
Like
ドイツ人
Porco.
中国人
Popo in elite. Popo. Yeah. Elite language. While you were at lunch, and we started talking, we got into countries, they started showing pictures of New York with saying United States, right? And it was like America, and then I was like, no, that's not America. That is Lady Liberty. Lady Liberty. Freedom lady, freedom lady, freedom lady. Jump off. Jump off, freedom lady. Oh man. Coco Coco and Miko, that was the greatest
ブ
bit.
ラジル人、ドイツ人、中国人。
Okay.
スミスさんはメキシコ人ですか？
Night! Welcome! Welcome, my friend. You are 3 hours late, but you are very welcome. Welcome to the stream. I am glad you made it, even though you were extremely tardy. You will have to stay after class and clean up the classroom. I will make sure that you have all the correct cleaning utensils. Make sure you please clean the blackboards as well as sweep the floors. Make sure you move all the desks over to one side, and make sure that you do mop and sweep the floors before you put the desks back. Today is the day that you need to wash the blackboards and clean the erasers, so please do so after the class is over. Thank you. Welcome, Knight. How you doing? I am glad you made it. You arrive exactly when you're meant to be. I actually rewatched the Lord of the Ring trilogy. I rewatched the first movie this afternoon. That's why I rewatched this afternoon when I fell asleep with my Siamese. Because I started watching Peony from Kawaii Production. And one of her favorite series is the Lord of the Ring trilogy, right? And I hadn't watched that trilogy, gosh, in years. So I pulled out Lord of the Rings and rewatched it. It still holds up. It's still a pretty good movie.
スミスさんはメキシコ人ですか？
Okay, is Mr. Smith Mexican? Ta-da! And it's because I don't know if she'll or if Kawaii have permission to play games from. I think it's Monolith and Warner Brothers Entertainment, maybe. But the Middle Earth games, Shadow of Mordor and Shadow of War games. Yeah, she was asking whether if there were any suggestions for games that maybe she could play, and yeah, she's been playing she's been playing oh, I just had a brain fart. Elden Ring lately, and and then she posted that short that her one of her favorite movie trilogies is Lord of the Rings. So I mentioned that game, and I was like, oh yeah, I hadn't watched those movies in a while, so I figured well, maybe. But yeah, I started replaying those games as well because she brought them up, and it's been a while since I played those games too.
スミスさんはメキシコ人ですか？
いいえ、メキシコ人じゃないです。イギリス人です。
False. I absolutely loved those games as well. I didn't like Shadow of Mordor as much because it really felt like they left it hanging at the end. Like maybe they were hoping for a third game or something, or that they were and I know they tried to tie it all off with DLC. But I mean, the battle mechanics, the game engine, the Nemesis system. I really loved the actual system. I mean, I really didn't get what people were complaining about with the loot box system at the time, because I mean, like, I was tearing it up with that system. I never paid a cent for any loot boxes. And I was tearing the entire game up, and I was getting like epic drops out of the loot box system just off of free loot boxes. So I was decked out with epic everything, and I never paid a cent. So I don't know what people were complaining about. I think it was like epic and legendary. I think those were like the 2 top tiers, and I had like all my runes and everything were just like epic and legendary. So I have no idea what they were complaining about. Yeah, it was like, you know, I mean, I never spent a cent. Why are you guys complaining about this? You know, it was like, it was fine. I mean, people could spend if they wanted to, but it was really pointless, you know? It was probably one of the easiest loot box systems ever created. That's how every loot box system should have been, you know? I mean, if more loot boxes systems were like that, I mean, if Genshin Impact's loot box system was like that, oh gosh, I would have never quit. Yeah, you just gotta do the grind, you know. If Genshin's loot box system was like that, I mean, I would have like, I would still be playing it because I would have all the characters and all the best gear, you know. But oh, before I forget, Knight, I don't know what your schedule looks like, or what, you know, if you got plans for later on. But you know, just so you know, after I do this checkpoint, you know, I mean, I've been spending like 20 minutes on each, like, on each area. It says 3 minutes, but I'll probably take 20 on it. But this is probably going to be my last segment here before I call it a night, because tomorrow morning, in about 5.5 hours, my the young lady that's like a little sister to me, Kanan Hoshinon, she is coming back from hiatus after 4 months. You probably have seen me tweet about her on Twitter. Her return stream is in 5.5 hours, so I want to get some sleep and make sure I'm awake for it. So I'll be back. I'll be awake, back up and awake for that. And then an hour after that, Kasane, a friend of the channel, I'll be doing participation for her Minecraft stream, which is it's Minecraft Bedrock. So I might guerrilla stream that. I'm not sure yet. It depends on how awake I am. And basically, like, I'm trying to do. I'm surveying how I'm trying to. I'm surveying whether or not it's worth trying to do an under a subterranean tunnel system for moving back and forth between islands, or if we're gonna have to do it through the air. So anyways, that's a long story, but I might stream that. I'm not sure yet. So I'm like I said, I don't know what your schedule looks like for today, tonight, etc., later on. But if you have a chance, I know I've tweeted out the links, and I've also posted them in the community tab. If you're up and around, or if you're available, if you want to drop by, please feel free to drop by. Feel free to let them know that you're a friend of the channel. You stop by to say hi, so on and so forth. Just remember that they don't speak fluent English, and if you introduce yourself, just make sure that you introduce yourself, and if you want to try your best to use like DeepL or something like that to talk to them, to introduce yourself, they are more than grateful that you make the attempt. Otherwise, if you say hi to them and I see that you pop in on chat, I will explain to them, hey, you are a listener from my channel, and that you are stopping in to say hi. That way they understand that you're not there to cause trouble or anything like that. So, but because I know that Hoshinan, she has asked me to do a translation of like her guidelines for her channel in English, so people can read it and understand what she is looking for with her listeners, and kind of like the guidelines for her channel moving forward, because of all the harassment and the cyber stalking that she's gone through. And then for Kasane, Kasane tries extremely hard to try to talk to people, even if they are speaking in English, but she's very timid when it comes to that. So she kind of gives up really fast unless you like try to speak to her in Japanese as well. So but she's getting better at it, but she's like extremely timid with it. No, that's perfectly fine. I know that you check in from work and stuff like that, so that's fine. I just wanted to let you know, in case you wanted to drop in on them, or if you see me pop in, see me pop up live later on, and you're like, what the hell? Why is he popping up live? Or something like that. Let you know what's going on, because like I said, I might pop out of the blue and just do a gorilla with the Minecraft stream, and you guys can watch me drown in Minecraft.
エリナさんは先生ですか?
Let's see here. Reply negatively to the question in the audio. エリカは先生ですか? いいえ。いいえ。先生。Yeah, there was no deny. Okay.
マリコさんは学生ですか?
はい、そうです。
ヒロトさんは学生ですか?
Ask your friend Hiroto if he is a student. Okay. Hiroto wa 学生ですか? Key? Are both of those key? Yes, they're both key.
赤い.
Oh, don't do this to me. Don't do this to me. Okay. Ah. Kai. Yeah. Okay. I think about that one.
Koi.
No. Okay. Koi. Koi. Okay.
かきくけこ
Okay. Ka. Ki. Ku. Ke. Ko. Okay.
ブラジル
Brazil. Yeah, I've been also keeping a close eye on all my network stats and my hardware stats since I made all the Brazil means France. No. Since I made the changes here this week, and I haven't dropped a single frame.
木村さんは学生ですか
So I think we're good for tomorrow, at least for trying to stream a game. So I'm gonna move ahead with trying to stream Atomic Heart finally tomorrow, and just we'll just try streaming the game and see how far we go and see how well we like it or not, and if I don't like it, then we'll switch games. We got roughly 14 days to kill until Resident Evil 4 remake comes out. So, we got Atomic Heart to finish. I still, Hogwarts Legacy to finish, and then I still got Alan Wake to finish. So, between those three games, 14 days, those three games, I think we have enough to work with. I've actually really enjoyed Hogwarts. I've really despite the performance issues, I've really enjoyed it. Especially now that I've gotten the ability to fly around with the broom and be able to explore more. I've gotten a better handle with the combat system. I made I think 2 changes in the settings for the combat system that completely just completely were game changers for helping me with the combat system. And I really enjoy it, despite the fact that I am, by and large, I am not a Harry Potter fan. I just love the actual, I loved the world that you're able to kind of get lost in, running around and being a kid that's growing up being a wizard, or a magician, or how whatever you want to call yourself in that kind of world. It reminds me of, like, you remember that what was it? You remember that anime series that had the kid that was like, he was like 11 or 12 years old, that ended up becoming a teacher at an all-girls school, Negi Sensei, and I forget what I think it was like Negima or something like that. was the anime, and like you know, the main girl at the school that he always had conflict with was like Asuka, and then there's like the nerdy library girl. I forget what her name was. Was it Nanoha? Not Nanoha. I can't remember what her name was. I can't remember what her name was, but I absolutely like fell in love with her voice actress. I mean, she was like in almost every anime I ever loved. I can't remember what her name is either. But let's see here.
木村さんは学生ですか？
木村さん学生ですか？はい、学生です。Oh yeah, yeah, Mikochi like absolutely just like went ham on in that game. Almost every person, almost every VTuber who has like played it all the way to completion, has like absolutely like torn a new one with that game and the spells in it, and they just love it. You know, it's like, you know, this is the reason why we play this game, is because
吉田さんは医者じゃないです。
you know, because like it you know, we play it because we want to be a wizard or a witch that can just like obliterate it and like, you know, transform people and things into like inanimate objects, and then like use the power of the dark side to just like completely annihilate everything in front of us. Yoshi-san wa isha janai desu. Oh yeah, wizard, witches, you know, they're all in the relatively same branch of, you know, magic, more or less. So that must be it. Hang on. To,
アバダケダブラ。
アバダケダブラ。
はっきりさせるんだ。
これってさ、アバダケダブラってさ、このマークだったんだ。これさ、ハニーのさ、おでこにある傷のやつじゃん。僕の稲妻がなんたらかんたら。覚えちゃった。アバダ覚えちゃった、ミクアバダ。やばいよ、ミク最強の魔法使いになっちまったわ。ひでーひできてきてきてきてきてきて。まずはクルーシオで、はい、呪いを配布していきます。呪いを配布しました。はい、みんな呪いましたね。呪ったらアバダケダブラ
That's so good. We gotta watch it again. We gotta watch it again. We gotta watch it again. We gotta watch it again.
これってさ、アバダケダブラってさ、このマークだったんだ。これさ、ハニーのさ、おでこにある傷のやつじゃん。僕の稲妻がなんたらかんたら。覚えちゃった。アバダ覚えちゃった、ミクアバダ。やばいよ、ミク最強の魔法使いになっちまったわ。
Wait for it. Wait for it. Wait for it.
呪いを配布していきます。呪いを配布。
Wait for it.
配布しました。はい、みんな呪いましたね。呪ったらアバダケダブラ
that is so good. Oh my god. I don't think anybody can do it better. I honestly, I don't even think Picora could do it any better. I'm sorry. I mean, oh man. Oh. Yeah, this is why, I am so... I regret so much that I did not start watching more Miko until, like, the last 4 to 5 months. Because she has so much great content. She has so many great moments out there, and it's like, she she has so many great moments that it's almost impossible for clippers to upload all of her moments. Because if they did, they would practically be uploading, like, entire streams. It's rather amazing that you could, you know, oh man, it's weird because when see when I every time I tried to watch Miko, I always tuned into her late, right? And so when I tuned into her late, she always does an extremely long post game chat slash super chat reading type thing at the end of her streams, right? So she'll play for like 4 or 5 hours, and then she'll do like an additional like 3 to 4 hour like after game chat slash super chat reading type thing. So by the time I would tune into her, she would be at that portion. So I would always just kind of see her like, just chatting and going, nah, 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 like at just talking, and I'm like, okay, she's like just chatting. So I'm just gonna like watch someone else. Because I'd never get to watch her because she was always like actually playing when I was watching somebody else. And so like it wasn't until this year where I finally had the opportunity to like actually like watch her play something, because other people were like playing things I didn't really care to watch, and I was like, oh, she's playing something that's much more interesting, so I'll watch her. And then I started going back and watching her older content, and then I'm like, oh my gosh, I can't believe how much I missed. And it really started to kind of infuriate me because I've said it so many times now. Hololive's content is so badly scheduled that you literally miss so much of their great content because they're all streaming at the same time. It's like you cannot watch, they're literally competing against each other in the same time slots when they should really try to stagger out their starting times a little bit better. So, you could at least try to make it easier for people to maybe tune in to people or their streamers on a little bit more consistent basis, and then allow retention to be a more trickle down effect, as opposed to just like literally throwing everything against the wall and seeing what sticks where. I mean, I get that their JP branch is doing extremely well compared to their American branch, but it just seems very like they could probably optimize it even better if they staggered it out just a little bit more, maybe. Yoshida-san wa isha desu ka? Let's see. Iie. Isha janai desu.
いいえ、会社員じゃないです。
いいえ、会社じゃないです。
中国
It's rather weird. And I know that this is like completely off topic compared to what I'm doing right now. Chugoku means China, not Japan. False. It's really weird that when you look at the statistical numbers comparing EN to JP, just how you know what? I don't blame you. I was like the same way when well, I am still the same way. That I
スミスさんはメキシコ人ですか
my work shifts were always set and planned, so to optimize like how so I could play like Final Fantasy 14 at optimal server times, and then also so I could like watch everything that I wanted to watch, and then sleep during the times that were like there was like nothing going on. And then also so I could shop at the stores, at like the brick and mortar stores where when like nobody was there, so I wouldn't have to fight crowds. So yeah, I completely agree with you. Let's see here. So yeah, is
スミスさんはメキシコ人ですか
Is Mr. Smith Mexican?
ブラジル人、ドイツ人、中国人。
But it's fascinating when you look at the statistical numbers of JP versus EN. You'll find that there is a statistical reality in between that is just so hard to ignore that it's almost mind-blowing. The simple fact is, despite the fact that Calliope Mori and Gargura have the most subscription count numbers, total subscription count, on their channels. They have the highest counts. Their highest peak concurrent number of viewership per stream. If you look at their current, if you look at their highest concurrent viewer count on their live streams, they are at least half, if not more, lower than what the JP branch does. And I'm talking like Miko, Marine, I mean, even recently Shion. I mean, I was looking at like today, for example, Mori was like, "Oh, there's a surprise at the at the end of my stream today," and she had, I think, like less than 3,000 people concurrently watching at her peak, and Shion was playing Minecraft, and Shion had almost, I think, 3 times the amount of people watching her play Minecraft versus Mori, that supposedly has a surprise at the end of her stream. It just didn't make sense. you know, yeah, somebody Sony record label deal, you know, supposedly one of the most popular people in the Ian branch versus, you know, Shion on the other side. You know, I mean, she's popular in Japan, don't get me wrong. But she's, you know, I don't think she's ranked in top 5, you know, in the JP branch. At least I don't think she is, as far as I know. But, I mean, I don't know. America Jean. Risu Jean and Fransu Jean.
スミスさんはメキシコ人ですか？
いいえ、メキシコ人じゃないです。イギリス人です。
That's false. Yeah, when Mexico wa no, Hawaii is not Hawaii is not no nut November. I swear, every time I look at how to say UK in Japanese, I'm gonna remember it by it having risu in its pronunciation. Oh my god. Okay. Hawaii wa Igirisu janai desu. America desu. No nut. Nut. Oh man. Yo, I hardly watch Risu. But when November comes around, for some reason I watch her so much. I don't know why. I wonder why. Oh my gosh. Oh, that crazy girl. London wa Mexico desu ka? Iie. Iie. Risu desu. No. London is no nut certified. Oh my gosh. Okay. Osaka wa chukuku desu ka? Iie. Nihon desu. Yes. She is so powerful in November. Oh my gosh. Cha-cha 95. Yes. Oh man. She is extremely powerful in November. Oh man. Yes, we successfully completed the module. We have completed chapter 3 today. Excellent. Woohoo. We are moving right along. Nice. Awesome. All right. Well, for a little bit of chat before we end tonight, or this morning now for me anyways. Yeah, we definitely have we have definitely gotten the stream a lot more stable here, at least in the last 4 hours now. It's I mean, haven't dropped a single frame, which is great. So we'll put it through the paces tomorrow with Atomic Heart, and see how well it holds up with an actual game streaming, and much more data going through before going forward. But if I'm able to finish getting all the templates and pictures imported into OBS, I will start the best Scream and Hololive tier competition. Yeah, and we'll start that here in the next week. I'm hopeful that we can start it in the next week. I essentially have all the clips for Gen 0 and Gen 1, so that's not, I mean, that's done, and everything that's all ready. It's just a matter of me getting all the getting the template put into OBS, getting all the images imported in the OBS, and then making sure I know how to manipulate everything correctly in there. So because basically what I'm going to use is I'm going to use a tier list type of template, and then we'll rank the ladies on that tier list, and then whoever is at the top of that tier list will be named the top of the competition for that week. And then we'll pick a Gen 0 winner, a Gen 1 winner, so on and so forth, all the way through to EN, Indonesia, so on and so forth. And unless we run into like a situation where we have a gen that we just don't have enough clips or video of them like screaming, then we'll have to exclude them. But the intention is to like have a winner for each generation, and then we'll have a final competition where we'll take all those generation winners, and then we'll have one final tier list where we'll rank those ladies based on, and we'll have them on that tier list, and then whoever ranks the top of that tier list will be the official best screamer of Hololive. All right, that's how I want to play this out, and we'll play it out based upon like kind of like how we'll have like qualifications of what makes the scream, like what makes a quality scream, like whether or not the scream is genuine, whether or not it sounds genuine, is it in the moment because of a legitimate scare, did the player actually look and sound like they were scared based on the situation? Or are they like Karoni and basically they scream at everything because, you know, they're a hyperactive dog that's had too much caffeine and they scream at their shadow, you know, you know, that kind of thing, you know, you know, there, you know, we'll try to have, you know, some factors in there so we can have some kind of like, you know, pseudo grading system type thing, where because I mean there are some people, you know, some that, you know, it's sometimes it's like, you know, they scream because it kind of like fits the moment, but perhaps maybe they're kind of playing it a little bit. And then you have others that are like legitimately scared, like Mio, where, you know, Mio seems to like almost panic, where, you know, if you're not holding her hand and, you know, lighting the floor plus holding a shotgun and a flamethrower while at the same time ensuring that you know, the door is open behind her and watching her back while filming her to ensure that the ghosts are not sneaking up behind her, she panics. You know, when the scream hits my soul, yes, exactly. It's kind of like, you know, when they scream, like when they scream, you scream, because we all scream for ice cream, you know, that kind of thing. Yeah, I mean, there's been times where, like, you know, I have like legit felt scared or felt bad for them because they were so scared that I felt bad that they were playing the game, and, you know, chat were egging them on to continue to play in the game. And I'm like, no, you don't need to keep playing this game. You know, if you're really this scared, don't play the game. You know, that kind of thing. You know, if they are like that legit scared, it's like, no, just stop. Please, just stop, you know. Or like, you know, it sounds like they are like really, really, really crying because they are like really, really, really scared. You know, I mean, like Mel, for example, like, you know, she went through the entire stalker thing, you know, and yet she was made to play the karaoke game, right? That introduced the entire stalker thing, you know, the entire concept was around a stalker, you know, and it's like, no, please don't make her play this game, you know. And once she realized the game was about, you know, and I don't know if she knew what the game was about or not, but I mean, you could tell it really bothered her. And, you know, when this, after the story, you know, got to the turn and it got to the stalker moment, you could tell she just didn't want to play it anymore. She wanted to quit. And people are like, no, there's multiple endings. And I'm like, no, just let her stop, please. Don't, you know. And it's like, you know, and she probably played it the least amount of time of everyone. She only played it for like 45 minutes. And I was like, oh, thank God. You know. So, I mean, if a player, you know, like, legit is showing emotions to that point, I mean, that is like, you know, for me, like the reality of that scream, you know, is like legit, you know, and it's like, you know, that deserves, you know, like the legitimacy of like showing that kind of emotion, deserves that kind of credit, because as opposed to somebody who is just like acting the scream, acting it because they think that's what the audience wants to hear, and it's like, no, so yeah. I want to have some kind of like pseudo type of system where we can at least kind of grade them based upon the legitimacy of how the scream sounds, how scared they sound, whether or not it moves our hearts, whether or not if they screamed, it made us, scared, or did it make us like feel doki doki, or, did it make us feel like, we want to, protect them and, go over there and protect them type thing, stuff like that, make it fun. But at the same time, also, make it so we can pick a winner out of the entire thing. So yeah, I want to be able to finish ironing out those little details before we start, and then once I'm able to iron them out and make a thumbnail, I'll post that. So hopefully we can start that next week. In the meantime, like I said, later on this morning, I will be around for those streams in the morning, and then I will. I gotta double check the calendar, because I know that Peony is on vacation with her family for the rest of the weekend, and like I was explaining to Umberto, I am right in the middle of working on something extremely serious and important that I do need to finish so I can present to a group of people that may cause I'm already in a situation, and this situation, once I'm finished with the situation and I do the right thing, it may complicate matters. However, what I'll say in the meantime is that before matters get more complicated, I will release a video and a statement simultaneously explaining what is happening. So members and subscribers of my channel and viewers of the channel, as well as longtime listeners and viewers of the channel, can understand what the current situation is, and you can understand why things are happening the way they are happening. And I feel like those of you who have known me as long enough know that I am always full disclosure and open and honest with everything that happens with me and this channel. So I'm not going to hold anything back when that time comes. So just be aware of that. I'm not going away. I'm not, I'm not shutting down the channel or anything like that. It's just something that needs to be done. And it needs to be said, needs to be done. So, just be aware of that coming up. Yeah, please look forward to that. I'm trying. I'm trying to have a little bit of variety and have a little bit of fun with these things, even if people can't be here live for those things. I want to have that kind of content up so people can come back and look at it with that kind of variety, and so it's not just a game archive of me playing a game and as a game playthrough. If we are going to I want if we're going to do something fun like that, or have some kind of variety on the channel, I want it to be fun like that, so they can sit through for an hour and they can sit there with us and they can say, oh, no, that was a great choice, or no, that wasn't a great choice, and they can write it in the comments, and they can say, that was a bad pick, that for Gen 1 it should have been this, and this is why, and people can be free to disagree with my choice, or our choice, or whatever. I mean, that's totally fine. That's what the comment section's for. It may not change the fact of who we pick, but I mean, if they wanted to make that change, they should have been here live, right? No, I was kidding. No, seriously though, I really want to have that kind of variety out there though. So if people want to come and they say, oh look, they did a stream on the best stream of Hololive. I mean, that's something different. I mean, yeah, there's lots of clips out there of individual girls screaming, but how many of them actually tried to decide who had the best one out of the entire group of people in Hololive? And by the way, we will also include Rushia in the contest. She will be an honorable mention. She will not be able to claim the top. She will not be able to claim the top award, or be able to claim the top prize, or be billed as the best screamer in Hololive. She will be an honorable mention within the overall tier rank, in the final tier rank, because had she been in Hololive at this point, there's absolutely no doubt in my mind that she would be on par, if not she would either challenge, if not defeat, Marine in Gen 3 as the best screamer for Gen 3. So, I mean, there's no contest. It's either Marine or it would have been Rushia. I mean, there's no contest there, I mean, it would have been one or the other. I mean, that's my gut feeling. She would have likely been final boss. I mean, there's no contest there. I mean, we all know how much and how well she can scream. So, I mean, yeah. I mean, she would have been like, she would have gotten that first round bye. It's like, well, what about Rushia? No, she gets the first round bye. Okay, we're not even including her in the first round. Okay, she gets the first round bye. At least give all the other girls in her generation a chance. Okay, first round bye. No. First round bye. Give her a second round bye too. Okay, we'll just put her in the finals. Okay. you know. But she'll be excluded from like being able to be put into that top tier and that final like top tier. However, she will be able to be placed within the tier of along with the other girls of anywhere below being able to claim that final spot. Okay? And that's completely justified. I mean, she is part of Hololive. The character remains part of Hololive. She was instrumental in the foundation of Hololive. Just because she's graduated does not mean that she is excluded from being part of Hololive. You know, bar none. Yeah. So, yeah, we will include her as part of the coverage of when we get to that her generation. Even if we do not include her in the judgment or the the final like tally of like where all the girls for that generation rank for choosing the winner for that generation, because we want to be able to choose a current member for her generation, because we know that had she been part of the generation, she would win. So obviously we can't pick her because she's not active, and we don't want to exclude her because of the circumstances. So the most fair thing to do is to include her by remembering and showcasing some of her it's funny to say this, but to showcase some of her best work, her best screams, or her best rages, whichever one you want to call it, and then be able to place her as an honorable mention in the final tier rank, as an honorable mention, without placing her in a spot that is detrimental towards the rest of the ranking of the other ladies and that are currently active. So yeah, we'll get more into that once we start actually doing it. But yeah, I want to have fun with it. Once we get everything situated in OBS, just keep an eye out for the thumbnail. We'll start it up at the usual time at 8 o'clock. Hopefully that is still a good time for everybody. I'm trying to stick with a good time for everyone that is not too early and not too late. So that's after people's streams, but like not too late where it's like inconvenient for people. And if I have to move the times again, that's fine with me too. I just I just need to know. But anyways, so I'm gonna go ahead and call it a night. But I want to thank everyone that has dropped in for today. Knight, thank you very much for dropping in. Umberto, thank you so much for dropping in. You two are both very much appreciated. Knight, I know you can get here when you can because of work and everything. And I know your schedule is very hectic. I appreciate you dropping in whenever you can. It's very much appreciated. And like I told like I've told everyone who's, you know, dropped in recently, I just worry about you guys when I don't see you live, because you know, believe it or not, as somebody who's a streamer who has regulars, and then those regulars disappear, you know, we do remember our regulars, and we do worry about you guys when you disappear, because we wonder, you know, if something's happened to you. So you know, thank you so much for even liking my tweets, because it lets me know that you know, you're still, you know, you're still out there kicking, and you're still, you know, doing your best out there. So thank you so much for still coming around. I appreciate it. You know, this, you know, keep going, keep on keeping on. You know, if you can be here when you can, you know, I appreciate it, and I understand. It's not, it's, you know, it doesn't hurt my feelings. I completely understand. All right. So, Eugene, I know that you have already left, but thank you so much for being here when you were here earlier. I appreciate you joining the channel and being a contributor to the chat tonight. You did a lot of great input, along with Umberto, when we were talking earlier about the pronunciation and syllable conjunctions and combinations. Thank you so much for your contributions. Very, very insightful. Thank you. I appreciate people who are able to talk about this kind of stuff, because it really helps me learn, and it also helps other people that come around and watch the VODs that, you know, maybe are trying to learn as well. Calvin, I know that you had to duck out early because of work earlier this and at the beginning of the stream. Thank you so much for dropping in. I know that you haven't been able to stick around till the end of the streams a lot lately, but I appreciate you being here for the very beginnings of the streams, and I apologize that I have been starting a lot, you know, an hour later, and I know that's kind of rough on you, but thank you so much for dropping in when you can, and then checking out the VODs later. I appreciate you, you know, being around when you can. It's very helpful for me, you know, with you know, just that you come by when you can. So thank you. I know that we've had some lurkers come in and out. I appreciate it, each and every one of you. You don't have to say anything if you don't want to. I lurk a lot in other streams too, so I appreciate you guys, all of you guys. You know, even if you don't say anything, thank you so much for dropping by. It's you know, my streams aren't just for people who talk. They're for people who don't talk. You know, I talk to myself a lot, so it's not a big deal. It's really not a big deal. You know, if you don't mind listening to somebody ramble, that's what I'm here for. You know, every once in a while I might say something, you know, deep or impressive. That's what I'm also here for. But most of the time I just ramble about random stuff. So yeah, I appreciate all you guys, man. I appreciate all you guys. You know, I don't always talk about bad and serious stuff that, you know, that's happening to our community, you know, and honestly, it's very draining on me when I have to talk about that stuff, because I don't, it hurts my soul when I have to talk about something sad that affects somebody in our community, because I want everyone to be happy in our community, you know. I mean, yeah, when everyone's happy in our community, my channel don't exactly grow nearly as much as when I'm talking about, somebody else's misery. But that's fine with me, because, I'd rather everyone be happy and, my channels, slowly grow than me, profit off of other people's misery. Because that's not all I'm all about. I'm here to stream, because I want to play games and hang out with people. Not because I want to profit off people's misery. If I wanted to do that, I'd be like Corey. No, I don't want to be like that. I want to be Marko Yamashita. You know what I'm saying? So, that's what I'm about. I want to be me. I don't want to be the scum of the earth. Yeah, exactly. So, at any rate, I'm gonna go ahead and let you guys go so I can get some sleep, and I'll catch you guys on the flip side. Yeah, I can't think of anything else that I was going to say, except, I really do appreciate every one of you guys that have stuck by me for this last year, man. I really do, because honestly, I did not think that anybody would stick around after everything died down. So, it's impressive, and I'm very thankful for you guys. You guys are the best. I really do appreciate it. So, yeah, we'll catch you later on this weekend, or we'll catch you when you can, when you have time. I'll keep you guys up to date on Twitter or on the community tab of streams, and what's going to be streamed and at what times. Just please keep an eye out in case there's any notifications or last minute changes. I'll keep you guys up to date there. Other than that, guys, I am going to go get some sleep. Please be good to yourselves. Be good to your families, your friends. And most of all, we'll catch you on the flip side. Until then, this is Marko Yamashita. Sign off. Peace.
I need help, it's so cold outside and I'm going through hell. I don't feel alive, sometimes I can't tell, cause every day I try but I think I need help. Maybe if I fight one day I'll be well. Want someone by my side but I'm stuck in my shell. Want someone to rely on but everyone's selfish, helpless, so damn jealous. And I just wish I never felt this. In this world from sea to shining sea, there's a way for me to go be free. There's a way for me to go be me. I just know that there's a place for me. There's a place